Greetings and salutations.
Hey guys, good morning and welcome to the Morning Mayhem Show. This is Sam. I will be getting my daughter ready for school for about the next 40 minutes, but I am going to let the proceedings play, and I will be here at around 8 o'clock. So enjoy the morning beginnings of the hearing, and as said, I will be here in 40 minutes. Sorry, I knew there was something else I wanted to say before I went and got her ready, but I can't remember what it is. But man, thank God we're here again. This is going to be an exciting week. I'm not going to cover the trial every single day. Once I get an idea of what the witnesses will be for the week, I will pick which days I'm going to do it and which days I'm not. Tomorrow we're going to have Rhonda Boho Hobo, and we're going to talk about her story, which promises to be pretty intense, and I'm really looking forward to that. Hey, good morning, Lord Kiss Freak, You Are Soul, Araya. I'm assuming Schleider from Israel. Welcome to the show. It's awesome that you're here. And we pray for your situation always. My wife and I in our prayer circle. Good morning, Sherry LeBron. And my own eyes and ears, and anyone else who's out there listening to the Morning Mayhem Show. Good morning to you. It is Manic Monday, and we are excited for the Karen retrial this week. Again, I'm going to go get my daughter ready, and I will be back shortly. Hey, Kim. Hey, Tony. Everybody. Lord Kiss Freaks in the house. All right, I'll be back, guys. Hey, Grateful. Good morning, Grateful. Good morning, Kim. All right, here we go, guys. All right, I'll be back.
Tony, do you want me to get off?
All rise to the jury, please. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Right. Good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
I got nervous.
Okay. I thought that we were done with that witness.
I had said to cut me off so that we could end early, but no, I haven't worked it.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan did that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
Just know, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boring.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
Okay. And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me, you can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct, I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct, I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me, at your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
the confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court. And you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that this type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19%, and not just one single value, is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Unani.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then if there's an explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up afterward and have you explain, but
So
this will go more quickly.
No comments. Just go ahead and ask a question. Mr.
Sure.
Unani.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would medications, some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right. And the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's move on. The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation,
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
but was it
and
imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my laboratory.
What was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range,
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that.
All
Was
right.
there a precise number, ma'am?
the results of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Mr. Yanez.
Yes. Once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No. The calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes.
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
Yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
The contents of their stomach or what they had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I use for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct. I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Sustained.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Sustained.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Sustained.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, what was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations or the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or ask it differently, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the
Poor question. Let me
phrase.
rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea from your training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Sustain.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Why is there such a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination. Because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams per cent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you're all set. Thank you very much. All right, Commonwealth's next witness, please, or
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for this thing.
morning?
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the
Who-
center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcohol drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effect from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the
Oh.
court reporter, please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He's a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Probably a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can't actually, give me a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Off the top of my head right now.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn onto Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right. For
And
them to take a right.
that vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle was coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
It was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview,
Mhm.
and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you.
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
It was in front of me the whole time.
Okay. And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on. They released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really. No, I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct. We did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Probably closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
Roughly.
I know this is a crazy question, but who the heck is this? I just got here.
One door?
Yes, there were
Do you
two
remember?
doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
Hey, everybody.
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching
Oh, shit, it's a-
anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
No, just
HVAC,
on-
dude?
just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights like dome lighting come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway,
Mhm.
did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify
was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Henry.
Yeah, it's a little too specific, Wolfie.
Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes,
He's
sir.
been coached.
And
so.
what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in
Okay,
the
let me
front
find my phone.
and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antonio was driving at that
D'Antano.
time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the
Hold on.
time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Yannetti, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't find my phone, but I found my iPad.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night,
He may have had one or two.
but he appeared to be driving safely.
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time.
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV in that sense got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to
I have no idea who this is because I was taking Hazley to school. But look at his demeanor, how much it's changed from the prosecutor to the defense. He's super arrogant, as like Wolfie observed, and he he's been fully coached because there was one answer he was like, probably, I'm sorry, sir, was one car length behind. He was coached to speak in absolutes as much as he could while answering questions from the prosecutor. And it's just funny that his demeanor has changed that drastically from prosecution to defense.
the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time,
Yes, sir.
The
Could you
snow
please
had
repeat
not-
the story backwards, sir? Starting from the end. Thank you.
yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Yep,
Is it in evidence already, Ms. Giannetti?
that's right, Ben.
May we approach?
Okay.
I have also been, I've been watching a lot of body language stuff the past, I don't know, week. I find it fascinating, and it has helped me like watch these witnesses a little bit better. I made a video of me comparing last year's and this year's testimony by Jen McCabe, but the YouTube is so saturated with Jen McCabe stuff that I just didn't put it out. Maybe in the future I'll put it out when it gets a little less saturated.
Is that okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
enlarge that, please?
Ghost Riders in the house.
Yeah, you know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to.
Sure. All right,
mark.
we will take care of that. Thank you.
Right, so-
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
It will be 49.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct. I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. How close did she get to you?
I could have popped her on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5, I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
So this is Julie's brother?
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection.
I'll
Let's take a look at the family real quick. I'm just trying to see where Julie's brother fits into this. There's Julie Albert. Which he would be a McCabe. Yeah, I don't see him on the original list of participants. That's crazy. Yeah, so I wonder what evidence he's bringing to the prosecution today.
allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay,
I'm not.
fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead
Fixing the
you,
HVAC.
Heather and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really thought was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down on both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you could see both seats in the front driver's
I
compartment.
couldn't
correct?
see past a woman.
Well, you only saw one
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry.
You-
Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
I'm going to right now.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV.
Thank you.
No, I did not.
I'll be right back. I'm
You
gonna go make
certainly
some
didn't see a
coffee.
6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Ooh, he's worried now that he said something
The
wrong.
woman in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was
sorry,
in the driver's seat.
thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
Wasn't looking for that.
But
Just
you
happened to
didn't-
see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Sir, you mentioned you were at that address around 12:30,
That is correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes?
You know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground, given
Yes,
the
sir.
weather.
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
And the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again?
The ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left,
Mhm.
Was there inches of snow?
No, there was
On the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times,
Mhm.
did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat.
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else.
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir. It was closed.
Could I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
Walking.
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Sustain.
No, because he
No,
was already
sir, I've never
inside.
seen
Means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Could you
That's
take
okay.
that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues.
Good thing he
sir,
didn't go by.
You just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes. I
All right.
said-
You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yoo-hoo!
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Good job, Brennan. Good job. That is a witness for the defense.
Good next
Cha-ching.
witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
All these random weirdos, man. Let's get to the good stuff. Let's get to Michael Proctor. Let's get to Brian Albert. Brian Albert, did you kill John O'Keefe? No, I didn't. I didn't. I promise. I'm a cop.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I got that coconut creamer. I don't usually use creamer, but that coconut creamer is delish.
Whenever you're ready. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
Hey,
I'm
Heather.
31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, during January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
Hi,
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, was there other plans that you were?
No.
Yeah, okay, that was just the plan to go get her?
Yeah.
Do you
get her
remember generally or specifically what time that was?
late midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road
Yes.
that had the house where you were
Steve,
going
that's
to
so
arrive?
funny.
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located. But the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street. So we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's
Oh,
okay if you don't
okay.
recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
the other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know?
Dude,
what
there's
kind
no
of
way you
vehicle it
remember
was?
this.
It was a big, like a SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle,
Could
yes.
you describe for
Yeah,
the
she's
jury what
blinking
you
like
remember seeing?
crazy.
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either
Notice when
the
she's
female driving or the male in the front
recalling-
passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
notice when she's giving the answers of like total recall of specific details, she flutters. Just and that's what is that? That's stress from lying that she actually knows it, but she has received it from the prosecutor. You know what I mean? Like it's information she's given and not from recall. I think that's what that means.
I'm not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left,
No.
did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
Lucky you.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well,
No.
besides Julie, sorry.
So
Julie.
Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night.
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes,
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
we did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there at that point any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights,
Was the driver's side door open?
not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver, no.
Okay, next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or
In a couple minutes.
a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No,
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
no.
I mean,
Thank
why
you. I have no further
object?
questions.
You're pretty much putting John inside the house. I feel like, am I missing something?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck facing it taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed, good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most
Okay.
likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat.
Thank you
correct?
so much, Jackie.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Brennan?
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, these witnesses are basically saying that John Albert wasn't in the car. That puts him in the house. I don't care how you look at it. I don't understand
Maxim, you are all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
the reasoning.
Mr.
From-
Brennan, your next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Katie McLaughlin.
Oh shit, Katie's back. A second bite at the apple for Katie. She was a first responder in the first trial, and she said that she heard Karen say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Said that she did not know the Alberts, but of course, internet sleuths went to Facebook, found her with pictures of her with the Alberts. So I'm interested in seeing how she answers this question this time, because she was definitely caught lying. Not on the stand, but like afterwards. So she's good friends with the Alberts. Why she would lie about that is beyond me. So this will be exciting. Like really exciting. So today we've heard that the blood alcohol wasn't
Why don't we take our
necessarily
morning
precise.
recess, James? Take 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
10-minute break.
Close your notebooks and follow me.
Damn it. I'm wondering if they're considering not putting her on. I don't know. They have her on the list and they've already announced her, so they're definitely going to put her on. So yeah, I'm really interested in finding. So yeah, so Heather and Ryan both supported that no one was in the car seat, which is bizarre. I feel like that puts them inside the house. And that casts, a lot of doubt. So, and this next witness is going to be the first responder that was caught lying, not on the stand, but on the internet. So it's going to be super interesting on how she answers that question. I know I'm being redundant. I don't know how I'm going to pass 20 minutes. I had nothing planned. Let's take a look at the family tree. This is one family tree. Yeah, and they're not putting any of these witnesses aren't on the. Oh, this is just the Albert family. I'm just looking. These are just the actual players. Yeah, so we want Michael Proctor, of course, to be brought up this week. Matt McCabe would be nice to be brought up this week. I don't know if they're going to bring up Allison McCabe. All she did was cry last time because, she's being asked by her mom to lie. So, yeah, it's pretty nuts. Let me put this back on stage. All right, we got 20 minutes. How was everybody's weekend? My weekend was pretty good. I went and got the RV out of storage and had to de-winterize it. And it's kind of a mess, man. And we're going to go camping this weekend, hopefully. I have to fix a couple things. Last night, it's going to rain here for the next couple days. I do have to seal a tiny little crack on the top. Some snow sat on top of it over the winter. And when it melted into this little crack. And it's had a little bit of water damage. So I'm going to try to fix that this week. And then hopefully it's our birthday week. My wife's birthday is on the 10th. My birthday's tomorrow. And so we're going to try to just do a camping trip this weekend. I don't know. It's super expensive, man. It's $90 a day to stay there. That's really unaffordable. Even if I got a bunch of birthday gifts, I don't necessarily know I'd want to spend it on that, with other bills that we have. So I don't know. We're going to try to do something. I know Hazley's looking forward to doing some camping. I was thinking I could buy a generator. I seen some at some pawn shops, not too expensive. So maybe I'll get a generator and we'll just go to a free campground instead of having to plug in. But I don't know. I don't know if we're going to go or not. It would be nice to go because we haven't been camping in a long time. And someone actually, one of my friends got a new toy hauler that has like a camper built into the toy hauler so that he can, put his, dirt bikes and things side by sides inside the trailer. And then the front half is the actual like living quarters. So he gifted me this one, he just said, hey, you just go register it in your name. And you can have it. And it's old. It's an 85 wilderness camper, but it's perfect. It's 23 feet long. It's perfect for us. My little family. So I'm really looking forward to that. I have to have a generator, Ben. How am I going to do my lives in the morning? Because I am going to do my lives out there. Just out in the wilderness, man. I think it's going to be super fun. I'll show you guys some cool lakes. I'll show you guys Beartooth Mountain, which is a really, really big pointy peak. It looks like a tooth, that's why they call it Beartooth. That's where we're trying to go. It's only like an hour and a half away from here. There's beautiful camping that's even really close to us. This is Montana. Really, we could go camping a mile away from where we live by the Yellowstone River. And there's some, cool camping and fishing there. But, we want to get at least far enough away to we wouldn't have, direct access to at least a Walmart. Because, if you're camping close to a Walmart, if you need anything, you're going to run into Walmart. I don't want to have access to a Walmart. I want to be so far away that like, hey, if we forgot something and then we just go without. Or, if we, I don't know. I feel like if you were close enough, you would just find a reason to get out over to a Walmart. So does that make sense? I don't know. Hey, my brother's birthday, Jackie, is on the 28th. That is crazy. So, well, happy early birthday to you. Yeah, my kid brother, who the lawyer in DC, Jamie, his birthday is on the 28th. I wonder if AV Stevie remembers my kid brother. I mean, he was a baby. He was like 2 years old when Steve and I met. And then Steve and I hung out probably for 5 or 6 years from that, maybe 5 years since I haven't seen him. Well, no, I guess we were friends when I was 21 because we used to go to the Rain Tree and other places. Or maybe that only happened a couple of times. I don't remember. But one time, Steve and I were talking about this. One time we were at the Rain Tree and we ended up back at his house. But there was this chick there. She looked like Annie Lennox from the Eurythmics. So she just had really short hair and it was bleach blonde. And she lived in Hermosa Beach. I ended up not going to her house with her, but that was the plan. So I ended up making out with her at this bar called the Rain Tree. It was like a local bar. it was a hair metal band bar, so we used to all hang out there. Just a lot of Aquanet, and I just remember me making out with this girl against the wall. Like I pinned her against the wall and started making out with her. But we weren't calling her Annie Lennox then. We were calling her Billy Idol. So everyone was teasing me that I was making out with Billy Idol. So it was pretty funny. And I had hair extensions at the time. My hair was probably like this long, but I had hair extensions that made them look longer. And I was just visiting from Michigan because I went to live with my dad for a little bit. And yeah. Oh, I went to go see my daughter, my oldest daughter, because her and her mom, that's right. We were broken up, and I went to see her, and I was staying up there. But I came back for a week, and before I came back, I had hair extensions put in. But that was back in the day, man. But yeah, we ended up back at Steve's house in Torrance, California, and I don't think Billy Idol came with me. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. What else? Yeah, hair extensions, and they weren't like they are now, Sherry. Weaves. I mean, that's how they were put in and like sewn in. But I had them done in Flint, Michigan, and they weren't that good. They grew out really fast and were like kind of like just ratty in my hair. And the only way it looked good is if I wore a hat and then had like the hair coming down out of the hat. They didn't look good at all. I think I even had like blonde highlights, like streaks of blonde in it. And I don't know. What? Did you hear that? Steve, Eric Singer's from Kiss's birthday is on the 12th. So is Lord Kiss Freaks. That is so cool. That is so cool, man. I think Eric was probably my favorite Ace Frehley stand-in. Well, no, Vinnie Vincent was probably my favorite Ace Frehley stand-in. But Eric is really good too, man. I would have to say both of those guitarists were better than Ace Frehley, but Ace Frehley, he just knew he could create a hook. You know what I mean? Ace Frehley is the king of hooks. I would say Ace Frehley and Jimmy Page were just the king of hooks, right? Am I wrong in that? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, drummer. I'm an idiot. I knew that. Dude, I totally knew that. What am I thinking? Thanks, Steve, for saving me there. I knew Eric Singer was the drummer, dude. I'm not an idiot. Yeah, I know. I don't know what I was thinking. I know that. Who would not know that? I was just thinking of everything I wanted to say, and I misspoke. But anyways, I know Eric was the drummer. Didn't he unalived himself? Didn't he? Which one unalived himself? I know everyone can get a good laugh at me for forgetting for misspeaking. Yeah, didn't somebody unalive themselves from that was a Kiss stand-in. I can't remember who it is. Oh, you mean this watch, Lord Kiss Freak? I should send him that. It's my birthday year. Really? No one from Kiss? Who am I thinking of, Steve? There's a drummer that wasn't the original drummer of a band that unalived themselves. Now I'm going to have to Google it. And I'm not thinking of Pantera. Yeah, I'm gonna Google it real quick. From original. Let's see what Google tells me. Not Butch Trucks. I guess Butch Trucks from the Allman Brothers, but it wasn't him. Wasn't. Man, a lot of drummers unalive themselves. Drummer for Lush, Razorback, Allman Brothers, Backyard Minstrel. Country duo Rose Hill. Iconic Filipino. Yeah, I can't. Crowded House. Geez, that is super sad, man. Yeah, menstrual. What'd I say? Menstrual? I meant minstrel. Pete Ham from Badfinger. Phil Oakes. Tom Evans from Badfinger. What is going on here? Brad Delp from Boston. Wow. I don't want to read these anymore. It's super depressing. Super depressing. Well, that just goes to show you money does not buy happiness. Money definitely does not buy happiness. No, not Def Leppard, Kim. That's just nuts, man. Spinal Tap. He did choke on vomit. That does not count. But these go to 11. That's what it was. Thank you. From Heart Cancer. It was Eric Carr. That's who I was thinking of. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah. Thanks, Steve. That's what I was thinking. It wasn't unalive. He didn't unalive himself. I feel like I need to take a shower, wake up. I'm not using that as an excuse, but my ibuprofen hasn't kicked in, and so yeah, this next witness should be really good. I'm really interested in how she answers if she knows the Alberts this time, because she has been busted. Nigel. Yeah, I remember the day that I heard that on the radio, Steve, when Def Leppard's drummer lost an arm. Yeah, I remember hearing it on the radio. I was living in North Hollywood, I think, at the time, and I think he was driving a Camaro and got in a car accident, like in Whittier or something really strange, or maybe it wasn't in California, but maybe they had a show in Whittier, so they had to cancel that show or something. I just remember Whittier being involved in it for some reason, but then again, my memory is like really shot with music right now. For some reason this morning. Let's see what else. Okay, Woofy, thank you so much for being here this morning and helping with the moderation. I really appreciate you and everything that you do for the show. You're the best, absolute. You, James, Nicole, Sherry LeBroom. I wish it would come back because I want to take a really fast shower, man. Maybe I can put something on. You're welcome. Let's watch this FTG video. I got to make sure I show the right one. Hold up. I got the blunts rolled up. A40. Hold on, I got to find the right one. We can watch this real quick. This is a FTG video.
A lot of time, Joe. Slaying everybody in the company. Spent a lot of time, Joe. Slaying everybody in the company. Backstage, I'm starting fights off everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Facts. Facts, super facts. Oh, yeah. Well, there was that. You see the phone behind her back? Boy, FTG is just nuts, man. I know. I really shouldn't. I wasn't even going to play it. But so I have these little baby Jesuses, right? Here, I have these little baby Jesuses, and you get them when you buy these. You can't just buy one. You have to buy a bag of them, and there's like 100 in a bag, and you get them, right? And I've had these for a few weeks now, I guess, and because I'm going to use them for when I sell shirts. I'll put one inside the when someone buys a shirt, I'll put it inside the package of the shirt that goes out, and it's just my little thing. And our Marissa, she has one of these Jesuses, but she was out shopping and she was like talking, and she looked down in the planner, and there was like 2 Jesuses inside the planner, and yeah, so you guys have those at your church. Well, anyway, there was 2 inside the planner, and she's like, "Oh my God, look what I just found!" And she's like, "Oh, I could add these to my other one. Isn't that so crazy?" And I just don't buy it. I think she put those there so she could pretend like she found them. I don't know. It's just stupid. Yeah, it's just dumb, man. I don't know. Why do I even care, right? Why do I even care? There's no way. Oh, to make Spinal Tap 2? Did they really? I don't remember watching Spinal Tap 2. I just remember the first one. with Lenny from Lenny and Squiggy. And what's the guy's name who played Nigel in Spinal Tap? He married what's her name from Halloween? Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah, he married her. They are husband and wife, I think, to this day. But I always forget his name. He was one of the writers. Him and Lenny from Lenny and Squiggy and Laverne and Shirley. And I always forget his name too. Oh, the second one is coming out. No wonder I haven't seen it. Oh yeah, look, can we get some 3s for Surviving Together's parents' dog? Oh, that is super awful. Are your parents back yet? Surviving, Mac, or are you still house sitting? That is super sad, though. I couldn't imagine watching a dog have a seizure. I would be freaking out. Yeah, if we can get, Christopher Guest. Thank you. Yep. He played Nigel in, Christopher Guest played Nigel in Spinal Tap. Yeah, we can do hearts, but we're just doing 3s instead of 1s because we don't do 1s no more. So we're doing 3s because it's the closest thing to a heart. And some people, when they do hearts, it just comes up as like as letters and like punctuation marks. You know what I mean? I know there's another name for those, but my next live appearance is going to be tomorrow with Boho Hobo is going to be on the show. And we're going to talk about her story. It's going to be intense. And then after that, and then after her appearance, I'll leave and then I'll come back on and do the Karen retrial in the afternoon for a little bit. Yeah, 3s are the tops of hearts. Yeah, Laverne and Shirley was pretty badass. Let's watch this for a second. Hold on. No, that's not going to be good. AOC faces arrest. Let's see if we can find anything on the let's watch Hivermind. Should we watch Hivemind? No, that's dumb. Here, let's watch some Professor of Rock.
Town of classic crushes, heartbreak. Perfect name to make them timeless. It's our girl in the song countdown, including the naughty song that offended every politician's wife in Washington, D.C. Made it so we had to put those little advisory stickers on albums. And then another that a male icon allegedly wrote to make peace when his buddy's wife found them in bed together.
I'll get it to you.
Plus
Whoopi.
a song that made an obscure girl's name one of the most popular of the 70s.
We're back.
And another song that the band hated so much, most of the key members didn't even show up to record the song.
Thank God.
you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, remember, she says she did not know the Alberts in the first trial.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
They changed it.
Ms. Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
Wow.
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
What did the
Yes.
defense say?
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational
So they
background.
changed it.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel
Yes.
to this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss
Okay,
Nagel
I
back
just
on
found out.
January
Katie's
28,
late.
2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie, were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in
Hopefully
high school?
Katie's next.
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere. But we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So
Bye, Wolfie.
I knew
Have a
his
good day.
older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother, I had met, a good amount of times. And then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before
What are
you
you,
walk in the
10
front
years
door,
old?
what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No,
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
the side door.
Okay, take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement, and then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was there just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
It's an
At
exciting
that
trial,
point-
Jackie, for sure.
We were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen. I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows like to the front of the house had a little like half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see like above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half
Like
windows were?
the dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway,
Yes.
flagpole,
Yes.
street?
Yes.
Hey, V.
The
McGlynn.
door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have like a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Ann Louise.
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little
Me
time
too.
before the adult
And I
group
guess
showed
we're going to
up.
do the
Yes.
Madeline
Did
photo
any other
paper.
of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes,
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left.
Yes,
How long did you see him stay for?
probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
Hey guys, I will be right back. Like 10 minutes. I'm just gonna take a quick shower, and it'll be super fast. All right, I'll be back.
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know
No.
who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before. No.
Anybody else? Any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point. No.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out
Yes.
for about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed, the wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out.
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was it
Okay.
I'm sorry. Was the
okay.
passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview up the street is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses. So it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Prince
obviously
Albert.
Brian Albert and his cousins, by the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Said Prince Albert.
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay.
Good morning,
indicated
Jeanette.
that You've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times. Right?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known
I know you
Brian
did,
Albert for, well, since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says, I said, then yes.
Impeachment
Is that
time.
because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
Trying to let my hair dry curly today.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door. It's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground.
Yes.
The yard is flat.
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole.
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction when you walk out of the door. Obviously, you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car. Correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out, Ms. Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house.
Yes.
They're going to impeach her. Watch, guys.
You indicated that you did, in fact,
coming.
get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Is it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car.
Now I understand the previous testimony. Remember, I was like going, why are these people testifying? They're testifying that they were asked to stay, the two before this, that they were asked to stay, but they declined to leave. And it wasn't Jen McCabe or anyone else's idea that they get the F out. Because the house was cleared in anticipation of old boy getting jumped. That's the theory. All right, here we go.
Then he realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door.
Correct. Yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door down the stoop, looking out over the lawn and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
So we see we see the set being trapped. We know how AJ works. He like will set the scene and then like see how the scene looks, and then he'll let them walk into the trap. And that no one's seen a body on the lawn, and that's, you know.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that.
Everyone, if you could smash the like button, that'd be
Nobody
super cool. Help
contacted you on January 30th.
the video
the day
out there.
after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
To
And
more
when I
people
say
who
nobody,
might
I
like
mean
to
from
join
law
our community.
enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week,
No.
the next month.
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited
Ex-state
9
trooper.
months to contact you?
Objection.
They're
Let
going
me
to
ask you a different
sidebar.
question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted?
Objection.
Anybody approach?
Sidebar. Yeah, I knew Brendan was going to object to this line of questioning, and that AJ was going to ask for a sidebar. Brendan sees the trap coming, of course, because he's litigating this case, and I just know AJ's style. He's a vicious lawyer, man. If I ever get into any kind of legal trouble again, especially if it's a criminal, which I don't see that happening anytime soon, that I would want to hire AJ. But after this trial, after these two trials, to get AJ to be a part of your legal defense would be quite spendy. Although Karen Reed is not paying for this defense, by the way. He is doing this mostly pro bono. Any money that goes to the Karen Reed legal defense on GoFundMe actually goes to pay for most of the science guys, any of the expert witnesses. All that money is going to them. I just found this out recently, and but yeah, AJ is doing this completely on his own dime. So that's pretty interesting. We are currently at sidebar to a certain line of questioning. And hey, thanks, Lord Kiss Freak. I'm your number one fan, Chris. For real. You guys, we could listen to a little Lord Kiss Freak knows that I Mr. Speed from Rock and Roll All Over Kiss album. I had took that music and had the words changed for my outro, and I think that's always awesome that he recognizes that. It was a lot of work to do that, actually, because I would have to pay royalties to use that song, but YouTube doesn't catch it. Maybe I shouldn't even be saying it out loud, because the haters will report the video, report copyright stuff. Who knows what they'll do, right? I don't know. But the sidebar shouldn't be too long, guys. Interesting though that they're using these witnesses. I think it's all fluff. They don't want to burst the bubble too soon. I can't wait till they bring up Brian Albert, though. It's going to be exciting, man. Super excited for my birthday tomorrow. I'm going to be on Synchronized Souls. The link has been posted a few times. And then tomorrow we're going to have Boho Hobo on, Rhonda. We're going to talk about her amazing story. I did post a donation link from the Legal Livewire channel. Okay, here we go. And that's just for operations of the channel.
Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
He already knows
If
this.
I may, don't tell me what was said.
Okay.
Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words.
It was going to be short.
Was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah, she did not want to answer.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Oh, I love it, man. AJ's a beast, man. He's a beast. They didn't let him go down the line of questioning it. He wanted to about how long it took and isn't that weird and with Michael Proctor. But hopefully
Do you see the
Katie has
windows on
arrived.
that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Ms.
Okay,
Levinson.
see you later, Sarah.
Thank you.
Grateful asked, did Brian Albert testify in the first
Next
trial? Do you
witness,
think he'll
please.
testify in this
Brennan.
one?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
Good. Katie's here. This will be really good testimony, guys. Hopefully they impeach her on the Albert stuff. That she knew the Albert family. Brian Albert did testify in the first trial, and he's a 30-year veteran. He's a pro. But he played dumb in the first trial, like, oh, what? Because he destroyed his phone, or he upgraded his phone right before it was subpoenaed, the day before, and so lost all the data that was in it. So Brian Albert's testimony is going to be amazing in this one. We'll see if he plays dumb again.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin.
Hi, liar.
I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a
Shooting empty.
firefighter paramedic.
Oh, she's a paramedic now.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a
Lord Kisfree says they should still be able to get the messages, all her messages from the service provider, even if she changed phones. That's how they got my text when I got busted. Yeah, they were able, for Brian Albert's phone, they were able to get, all the text messages and things, but it's the data. They weren't able to retrieve the metadata with like where the phone was in the house, going up and down stairs like they did with John O'Keefe's phone. They have, after 12:30, they have John O'Keefe's phone in the house going up and down the stairs. So we feel like he was escorted down to the basement. He was jumped. This is all theory. Was jumped, and then his body was brought back up later and put into the snow. That's what his data says on his phone. But yeah, that's what they were trying to get, was the other data on the phone, which they weren't able to get. All right, let's get back. I'm gonna go grab a cookie.
Using your skills to help somebody. Are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter?
We hope so. He's on the list.
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through it. You're on a group and you rotate through a schedule. It's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So It's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status. And we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them, whatever they ask you to do or need you to do. You're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
And that can switch.
When you arrive at a scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
And that can switch. She can be the leader sometimes, and the person that was the leader that evening can be the back step. It's not like anyone has seniority over another, or any other power. Just in certain shifts, it can change. I don't know why
that
that's
morning,
important.
around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow, or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift, started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And when you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient. So I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes,
Was it a he or she?
it was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the
Supine.
side of the road, off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects in that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing
say
a fire
taillight.
hydrant. And that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with Firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There
And-
was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they're
suit.
wearing?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person's sitting in
Ooh.
between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you
Ew.
approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer
Straight
or a criminal
disgust.
investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says, reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you would typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was...
Sustained. Disregard that comment.
Can appear.
Did Ms. McCabe
can't
interject
assume
verbally?
or say
Yes.
appeared to, because that's your.
After Ms. McCabe interjected and the defendant
that's
made
obvious.
those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And it was also really not my place at that point. And I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the
I
decision.
feel wide
to
awake, guys.
Stop asking her questions.
Jackie versus Sammy are
did.
making me want to take a nap.
Did you ask her any more
I'm
questions
sorry.
after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
I'm watching. If I watch the video down here
At some
with you
point
guys,
after you spoke to the defendant,
my
did you go
camera's up
back
here, so
to
it
the
makes
ambulance
it look
and
like
tell
my
anybody,
eyes are
any of your
closing.
colleagues?
They're not
I
closed.
did.
And
Because
why would
I
you do
have
that?
sad, tired eyes.
That's the
People
whole
always
point
think
of
I'm-
me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
with the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
She didn't say that last time.
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally.
She didn't say this
I don't
last
have
time.
a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events.
Yeah.
I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
See, she got busted.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers or in a group setting where she was present?
My eyes are. Oh, I feel
I don't
wide awake,
remember ever
guys.
seeing her since then.
Had you ever?
It's just how my eyes look.
Talked to her.
But yeah,
about your role that
I'm
night?
just being defensive
Never.
about it because everyone, not you guys, of course, but there's haters that think that I'm nodding off because I'm like on heroin or something. I don't do heroin. I know you guys aren't accusing me of that, but like I'm really wide awake. I'm gonna have to figure something out. I'm gonna have to put my camera lower so you guys can see my peepers. It's no, I got tons of sleep, maybe too much sleep. I don't know. But yeah, I feel wide awake today, guys. But thanks. Yeah, she's covering her butt for real this time. Oh, I do know her, but I'm not really friends with her because AJ's gonna come out and impeach her, say, well, you lied last time. You said you didn't know her, and now you say you do know her. Or have a connection to the Albert family. So she's saying, oh, we do. I do now, but it's just it's not really anything at all, which is a lie in itself.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house that have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe, a sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45. Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please.
I can't wait till AJ is going to come out swinging.
Stop, please.
He's
There are
probably
two
going to come
yellow
out really
jackets, one
aggressive.
on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Continue, please.
I hate when they showed this clip. This
Stop,
clip
please.
is
Do you know who that is
no
on the
audio.
left of
It's
the
just
screen
like,
at the flagpole?
who was where.
Which one?
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's 2 officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
And that time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes,
What color jacket?
the red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
And across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
You see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
All right, here we go. Jackson's up. He's gonna be pretty hostile to her. Not hostile, but he's gonna be aggressively assertive. How about that?
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot? Sure. When you're asking what happened, or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison, or ingestion of a poisonous substance, or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular,
I'm
this
not asking
scenario,
about
it's,
this instance.
So, next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
yeah,
That's important to determine, correct?
yeah,
You want to get the person's age, you want to get the person's date of birth, you want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened? Why are we here? Correct?
yes,
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
right,
stumble down a stair step, correct?
right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes,
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened, and document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No,
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you, first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding. And then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully.
And
at
you,
that
Mr.
point.
Brennan, went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
Don't say you know what it is.
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony.
She actually had a relationship with Brian Albert Jr.
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr.
Sidebar.
Brennan say about the reason he wanted to
Sidebar.
bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on the examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination.
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Maybe approach.
Okay.
He wants the jury to hear that she lied last time. He wants her to hear it and them to hear it. And he's going to get it out one way or another, even if it's objected and sustained ruling by the judge. Because we all know if the jury hears it, it's up to them if they, they'll be instructed to, remember, these aren't facts. This is testimony, from a witness. Please don't disregard what the witness just said or what the lawyer just said. But, we're humans and that's not going to be very likely. But we see AJ Style. I mean, this is witness 17. And this is how he does it. He lays the foundation, he lays the scene, and then he tries to get them to walk into a trap or to disclose the unprepped information, because all these witnesses have been prepped. This one is admitted it more than any of the other ones. So I'm surprised. But she is kind of denying like how intense the prep was, or did you talk about, your testimony from last year? I mean, because there really was something to talk about, because she denied knowing the Alberts. And then it comes to find out, AJ finds out from the internet that no, she had a relationship with the younger, I think it's Brian Albert Jr. I think there is another Albert's son and or nephew, but she has a relationship with one of them. She has a relationship with one of them. I just can't remember which one. Not just Katie seeing her at different events. She has more of a personal relationship. All right, here we go. Hey, Danette, you're my number one
May I
fan.
continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do have
Mr.
Sam.
Kaufman, we were talking about very briefly
it's the
your
13th. Okay.
testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not.
I'm going to talk about the
disclose
clothing
in the
later.
initial conversation,
There's a little hiccup.
The fact of your relationship with Miss Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Miss Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert? Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things that insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding. Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews with Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with people before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations if it hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lally?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember
Not you,
specifically.
obviously, Miss Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's
full of
talk about
shit.
that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you, and
Miss Reed was
I
on
don't know
the
what that
right.
was.
Miss McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
that person was
Yes.
just a still shot.
Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin, can you tell me if you recognize the still shot that was depicted in that photograph?
I recognize me in it. Yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing as that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
Yeah, I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor. Commission.
Any objections to Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
50?
you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Sarif.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him. And then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him. And he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
4
Hi,
times.
Jackie. Wish you could stay longer.
And you, according to you.
Hope I didn't put you to sleep.
That at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical. Yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, Court Commission, starting at 9:15, about 9:46. Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and with the
Yes.
officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground in the bright jacket,
Yep.
and Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Okay, we can have thoughts on. Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year.
You notice also
Ms. Reed was, in your words.
this witness says she said it
obviously
4
upset,
times.
overly
If you
frantic,
counted when she was
almost
explaining it.
hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video.
She was upset for sure.
Was she
Okay, I'll
overly
turn it
frantic
down.
And almost hysterical in that video. Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video is not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
When you got there, a lot of things had happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her
I knew
arms,
she didn't know what that meant.
going crazy? With her hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but
didn't
like
ask
I
you if
said,
she had been.
I knew she
Yeah,
didn't
but I
know
think
what
You
that meant.
about what happened before you
You're-
got there. I'm asking
so-
you what happened when. I'm sorry.
Question and answer, please.
Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. Calm down, you're hysterical. And just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now, Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Bam.
Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly.
Of course, that's not what
You're
Jen
right,
said.
Not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right
Morning,
in front of
Amy.
a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2
I-
feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the "I hit him" repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati?
See, I told you 4 times.
Firefighter Flamati and
I caught that
Firefighter
too.
Tuttle,
In the ambulance.
with the doors closed.
Yes.
And the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of a heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
So that was running as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yep.
So with that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I mean, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall what you claimed to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number in line, please.
Sidebar.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3.
I'll probably do a quick sidebar.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
No, May 4th. Yes, okay. Let me look. I have May 3.
Okay, thank you.
Brennan.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me wait for you to
No,
get.
no.
You see that?
Yeah.
May I? No.
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Ms. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right.
Knew this was coming. So they probably just need to agree on like how much of this will come in of her relationship with Caitlin Albert. So Brandon wants to be seen on it. There'll be some guardrails, you know, on how far outside of just, you know, the jury knowing, yeah, there's some type of relationship there. It's more than an acquaintance and just we have different friend groups. I think they've been to baby showers together, you know, parties, birthdays. They've been to a lot of events together, and it's not as minimal as Brennan wants it to be. And of course, AJ wants to just nail her on it because she's saying not that, you know, that they're not that kind of friend. We're not that kind of friend. Whatever. She's trying to minimize it, which just trying to keep that from the jury is just deceitful. It's deceitful. The jury should have all the information. All right, here we go.
Go
May
ahead.
I go? In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, You didn't offer up in that first initial response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken
Wow.
July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
yes.
And you visited your
She didn't want to answer that.
at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
You're getting commercials.
Maybe
I
a
can
handful
stop
of
that.
times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
And
yes.
celebrations with her over the years. Correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
Danette, I'm sorry you're getting ads. There shouldn't be any ads during the live stream. I turned that off, but sometimes there is, and especially after like the 2-hour mark, they seem to insert more ads for some reason. I don't know what that, or something like that. It's either that or the other way around. But I just delayed the ads for 10 minutes, so I apologize, Danette. That's got to suck while you're watching this. Yeah, YouTube is very strange at times, man. Here we go. See, her best friend was roommates with her. You're friends with her. Just say it, dude. Just it would be so much simpler. Just say, yeah, we were. They're not going to say that you're going to lie for the family, but now that you're minimizing that, we think that you want to minimize it because that you've been asked to lie for the family. So it just drives me nuts. If you just, man, honesty, good or bad, it's always the right thing. It's always the right thing. And in this instance, yeah, just a bunch of drunken Southies, for real. Take the bond to the car to the harbor. I know, Jeanette, but I paused them for 10 minutes. I just hit resume, but I'm gonna pause them for another 10. That way we get a full 10. It's almost lunchtime too. I think it's about 7 minutes till lunch. So I know they're definitely gonna break for lunch here in the next few minutes. I think we will also break for lunch. Well, no, let me find something to play. I know we got some music from Grateful's husband. Let's see, what else can we play? We could play some Triumph, Lay It on the Line. That's a really good song. Lay it on the line. Lay it on the line. Come on. It looks like we might have some evidence coming in, maybe some pictures, probably pictures of her and Caitlin. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm sure he's going to want to show that. Just probably screenshots from their. He really wants to show the jury that she's minimizing this, which is basically she's lying about it. I'm trying to get this Triumph video to. This is really good. We'll play this while we're waiting for them to decide on this new evidence that's going to come in. They should be coming back any second.
It's the same old story all over again. You turn a lover into just another friend. I wanna love you, I wanna make you mine. Won't you lay it on the line? I'm tired of playing.
Hell yeah, man. That's it.
I'm tired of all your lies making me insane. I don't ask you for much, the truth will do just fine. Won't you lay it on the line? Lay it on the line. Lay it on the line.
Man, I can't get my voice as high as I used to. Man, what a great time, man.
Don't waste my time.
Oh, here we go. We're coming back. Sorry, guys.
You got
Yes.
I don't know, John. When memberships get donated, YouTube just assigns them. If probably if you did 10 memberships, but she would get one, but I'm not suggesting you do that. If I could give her one, I would give her one for real. Danette's been here for a long time, and I would love for her to have a membership. But to be fair, there is no membership content yet. So she wouldn't really gain anything. But I do want to do members only content. I am hoping to do a live stream from camping, and that might be members only, but I don't want to keep it from anyone in the community. So we'll probably just do it to the whole community. Hell yeah. Thanks, Lord Kiss Freak's been member for a month. I know it seems like years already, right? John, you don't have to do that, brother. But I appreciate you. I do. I really appreciate you. And if Danette gets one of those, I'm sure she appreciates you too. It would be nice to see her in green. That's for sure. All right, here we go. And thank you.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
May
Damn, I keep hitting the wrong button.
the witness stand just so I can take the photographs back. Can you describe?
Here we go.
Take a quick glance
Yep,
through that
I called it.
series of, pages and tell me if you recognize.
Photographs of her and Miss Albert. Do you think Alan Jackson smells really good? Like has some like really expensive cologne?
Yes.
I don't know why
Can you
I'm
recognize-
wondering
generally,
that.
can you recognize those documents? What are they?
Ben Bacon, thank you so much. Thank you, John. I appreciate you guys.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh.
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
You guys are crazy.
Myself.
Thank you, though.
Do you see does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I grew up we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please. The reality is you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with
Objection.
Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed. You've been photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Take a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that we just looked at.
Yeah.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had, those photographs represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Alberts, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at a photograph of you.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting to this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes. And Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, the relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with my
hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh,
wait.
sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No,
Thank you, Lord Kisvik. I appreciate you guys.
Police or your first interview?
no.
She'll definitely get one
Remember
now.
testifying about this
There's
last
no
year?
way she wouldn't.
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory
Do
is,
you have a memory or do
Can
you
she answer
not?
the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer my question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up? And it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
John, don't
I
do it,
always
man.
had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
It's
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15. Question, do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts police officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton Police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34th Fairview, East McLaughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time? January?
sorry, you guys. It's hard to hear him.
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls. Is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective. Is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained. You had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret
Thank you, Shannon.
statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes.
Thanks, John.
No.
Thanks,
Or for
Kate.
use in trial, things of that nature.
Thanks,
No.
Ben.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene. Right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down. Is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes,
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him." Is that right?
correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high stress situations all the time as a firefighter, paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes.
But you
Yeah.
certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
Everyone else did.
Where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in. I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down. You didn't have any opportunity to write.
I didn't.
You're just going by your memory.
Yes.
What to play exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
This is getting good. Everyone else heard her say, "What? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?" But then they say she added, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
Positive. Just to orient us, can you
And it's
tell me
getting
where
close
you
to
are in
lunch.
that video?
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. Laughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing. Pause it. Is this still the part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical?
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical?
Again, hard to say
Thank
from
you
a
so
video,
much,
but
Grateful. Happy early birthday, Sam, for covering this case and having different details to share. Your knowledge of this case has taught me some good things. Hope you get to take the fam camping. Thank you so much. I hope so too. We'll just see. But I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much.
Well, that's actually, Mr. McLaughlin, it's easiest to say from a video, isn't it? It's a video. The best
yeah, I
evidence,
mean,
isn't
she's
it?
kind of, she's not totally in view. And I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right. She was hysterical to you.
She was upset. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point at which Ms. McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. I'm gonna try it again. This is the point at
Yes,
which,
agreed, Danette. Agreed.
You said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there, right?
Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't
It's
know
a
if that
birthday
already played.
championship.
I'm sorry.
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her.
No.
They didn't handcuff her,
No.
even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him."
And Officer Seraph just
Such
stands
bullshit.
there, and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Objection.
Okay, so let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
Toward the end of this video. Go ahead.
Are you playing it again or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
Continue. Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
What?
And she never wrote in her report that she said, I hit him, I hit him.
Just
That
a
all came
regular
later.
latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I wish we could put pics in the chat.
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. Did you write, I hit him on your
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Pause it. Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up. Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
Yes or no? It was important enough.
Yeah.
To write things down. Yes, or no?
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it, allergies, no allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46 for his age.
Right.
I have a good surprise here at lunch.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was, well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables that was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you claimed, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen. Right.
Oh, yeah, she didn't write a report.
Correct?
Yeah.
Never wrote that down. Did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
Lie. Because guess what? Her supervisor didn't put it in any
Memorialize that
report either.
statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you're wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yes.
that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those
Thank you,
words down on
Sherry.
that glove.
As
Appreciate
we
you.
stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen that's very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either.
Objection.
Sustained.
Nobody reported that she ever said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Here we go. Redirect. Then lunchtime. Then I'm going to play a really good video of Jen McCabe's 911 calls and then some other things, some voicemails.
And when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the phone.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Right.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you describe the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up,
Yes.
followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up and you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
Brennan's upset. It's
You were
awesome.
there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground. Did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to the.
Why didn't you persist?
He's gonna
in getting more
redirect.
information from the defendant when she said, I hit him, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Did you write those statements down on your glove?
No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A scene that was upsetting. to
Yes.
A lot of people,
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed, when emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Allen under my questioning, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
Ooh, yeah.
No.
Objection.
Finally,
Basically saying, yeah, you denied it until I showed you pictures.
regarding to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never. No.
Thank you. That's all right.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are.
Lunchtime.
Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later into lunch, just to finish your witness.
All right. Do we
So
feel like she
why
was
don't we
impeached?
45 minutes.
I don't know. I don't.
5 minutes past.
I think in her heart of hearts, she
All rise for
believed
the court,
that she
please.
was that she heard that. But she said it so many times now. I don't know, but we're gonna watch some the 911 call, and then we have some voicemails and stuff. I've only seen a little bit of this, so let's watch it, and we'll watch this during the lunch break. We got 45 minutes.
No,
And I'll be right back, guys.
Immediately to 34 Daisy Road, Camden, Mass. What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. In the snow, 34? Yes, 34, the Alpha resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it. Okay, 34 Fairview? 34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes. I want to start the code for emergency. Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Camden? 34 Fairview? Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow. Okay, he's gonna get here, okay? Okay, what's going on? Is he face down? We just switched him over. Okay. Who's that in the background? Is that someone related? That's his girlfriend, he's John Priest. Okay, how old is he? John is 46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Terry? Is he? I don't. I don't know if he's women. There are two women trying to. It could be Sparky and then Sparkle.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we got to get the side of going. I just got to know.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
He's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we're going to fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He has been out.
Living on drinking?
Yes, I'm talking Congress about maybe, and I don't know how he's been stuff.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood if there is any?
So I think one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back if you become your sponsor, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this next recording is going to be a voicemail that was left on John O'Keefe's phone. So here, let me read you this little article that Turtle Boy wrote to explain what this call is, okay? I'm just going to read this paragraph. Hold on one second. So as Carrie was driving Karen and Jen over to 34 Fairview, Karen was consistently calling John O'Keefe's phone, right? She was in the middle of calling him. They arrived at their 34 Fairview. She saw John. She jumps out of the car and the phone continues calling John's phone. And then it happened to go to his voicemail, right? So it's in Carrie's car. You could hear the windshield wiper blades going. Jen's outside calling 911. They have at one point they have like the hatch or the trunk up, and Jen's obviously walking kind of around the car, and so it catches her calling 911. It catches some of that call on this voicemail because she's walking by the car, and every time it gets in the earshot of the car where she's close enough in the car, you could hear what she's saying to 911, right? Or what she's saying to anybody for that matter. I think there's a part where it sounds like, the back trunk's open and you could hear her really good, and maybe she's walking by the window or whatever it may be. Sometimes you could hear and sometimes you could not hear anything. You could also hear Karen and Carrie outside. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'm going to play it straight through. I did some subtitles and now I couldn't make out everything. And then after that, I'm going to match it up with the 911 call and you'll see. Well, I'll explain that when I do that. But first, I'm just going to play the voicemail.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34th Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I can put that. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Terry. Yes, I need John is 46 years old. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could be an operating hour. Carrie? Is he? I don't know. I do. You guys are very good. I know I'm on the phone with Andrew. I know, honey, I know. Sorry, you gotta get on. Sorry, you gotta stop. Get my chair and stop. You gotta stop.
So one more thing I want to go over. So when this came out last year, I guess there was this belief that this call picks up when Jen makes those two calls to her sister at like 6:07. I have the exact times here. One is at 6:00. Okay, so she makes the 911 call at 6:03 47 seconds, and then she calls her sister at 6:07 42. For 9 seconds, it's answered, and then she calls her sister again at 6:08 17 seconds. For 7 seconds. Remember, Jen's sister is the one that lives at the house. She's married to Brian Albert, the house where John is laying dead in the yard, right? So she calls her twice. Now, last year it was under the misunderstanding that it catches a part of this because the 911 call wasn't out yet, just this voicemail, I guess. So I matched it up. And as you could see from this here, you see that the 911 call does not overlap from when she calls. Because look, she calls 911 at 6:03:47. It lasts 3 minutes and 32 seconds, which would take it to, if you do the math, it would take it to, now hear me, 6:07 and 19 seconds. You see, she makes this call at 6:07 42 seconds. So 23 seconds after she hangs up the phone with the 911 call, she's calling her sister, okay? But it doesn't overlap. And if you maybe have some doubts if this voicemail maybe it does go over the time of the 911 call, so maybe it does pick it up. But we could test it out because I can match it up and show you if it does or doesn't. So that question could be answered. And when I say at that time, I mean the time where supposedly we hear what they think is her calling her sister and saying something real quick. So what people think they're hear is they think that they're hearing, hold on, let me pull it up. So there's 3 things that I guess people are hearing that they think they hear in it. One's no one's coming out to help. The other is someone's coming out to help. And the other thing is effing coming out to help. Here is the part where they hear it. Okay, so I'll play it a couple more times. Okay. Now, like I said, we see from this document that when she's on the 911 call, she doesn't call her sister till after the 911 call, right? Okay. Well, now we have this voicemail, which the voicemail is not necessarily the 911 call. It just picks up the Jen talking to 911. So, maybe it did catch after she hangs up with 911. So I matched it up. But like I said, spoiler alert, it doesn't catch it. The time where they think they hear that, you'll see she is still on the 911 call and you'll actually see what she is saying. She's actually talking, she's saying something to the 911 operator at the same time as what people think that she calls and says something to her sister. So it's just not possible. But I just wanted to debunk that. But with that being said, I still think it's shady. Like I'm all about facts and I want to have the correct information. So even if something, doesn't go along with what, oh shoot, I think she's innocent. So this would have been good to have it to be true, but no, I want the facts and I want the truth. And so even though this would help Karen's case, it's not, it's just not it. But it's still shady as crap that she called her sister twice after getting off the 911 call twice. And she doesn't remember or say anything about it until she gets called out for it. And then she calls Brian, her sister's husband. So the people that are living at that house, yet they don't come out, yet nobody, they don't, nothing. What does she say? Her sister picks it up twice, right? Her sister picks it up twice. It says answered. One is 9 seconds and one is 7 seconds. Says something. And then from her testimony today with Alan Jackson, she says right after that, she hangs up the 911 call. She goes and does chest compressions to help John. And, Alan even asks her, well, why didn't you call Brian or go in and get Brian? He's a first responder. Like he's trained in this. Why didn't you go? You took the time to call your sister. Why not go get him? Why not tell her to bring him out? Right. She says, well, there wasn't any time. I just had to hurry up and save my friend, whatever, which is bullcrap because on the phone, she didn't even want to do CPR. She's like, oh no, he's dead. He's dead. So the fact, oh, I'm rushing because I have to hurry up and help. That's bullcrap. Why didn't she, But on the way to give chest compression, she says she calls her sister twice. And then like 15 minutes after that, she calls Brian again. So what the heck? I don't know. It's weird. But here, let me match it up. Okay, so I wanted to record my screen because I want to show you this real quick. Okay, so here is the part right here is the recording. This is my voiceover I did right here, but right from here to here is the recording. See, I'll just play the audio is where it starts. Okay. Now I mark the spot, which is right here, is where people hear. Like I said, some people hear no one's coming out to help. Some people hear someone's coming out to help, and some people hear effing coming out to help, which they originally thought last year, and they probably still do until now. I feel like I'm debunking it, which it should show that it's just not it. But like I said, I still think Karen's innocent, and I still think Jen lied, and there's a lot of shadiness that she, you know what I'm saying? She called her sister, just weird stuff. But this just isn't it. Okay, so I want to show you. Yeah, let's see. I'll show you. So I marked it right here. I'll play it. I'll play it again. Okay, that's the part. Here, I'll turn it up just so you guys can hear it one more time. Make sure you see, because this right here, these two marks are where I gotta line it up to match up. I marked it so I can match it up to the 911 call, but it's this little mark right here next to this is where supposedly the people think that Jen called her sister, and during this where the voicemail caught her calling her sister, and she says that to her. As you could see, from the documents, you could see it's not possible for her to be on the 911 call and to be calling her sister at the same time because they don't overlap. You see, after she gets off the 911 call, she calls. But like I said, with this one, this is just a voicemail that picks up some of the 911 calls. So last year, when people were going over it, they were thinking, okay, well, this probably caught after she got off the 911 call, I caught some of it after. But like I said, when I match it up, I'll show you at this point, she is still on the 911 call. And she's actually saying something to the operator at this very moment. Okay, but anyway, I'll shut up again. I'm hoping that I'm explaining it so you guys understand, but let me play it again. Okay, I just realized that I want to do something here. So you guys see the way that this chair. Oh, I hate this noise on this chair, but it's so much more comfortable watching the trial. But see, oh my God, when I want it to make the noise, it doesn't, and when I don't, there. But it makes it in the most. Like I can't control it. Like when it comes. Like now I'm trying to make it. It just. There's gotta be somewhere. So here is, let me just show you real quick. So here is the part, this is where it all came from. This is Turtle Boy, where he actually loops the part that he thinks it's saying it. So let me play it. So I'll show you the exact same thing of what people think. Okay. So here's the part where it says different people hear different things on that, but it's undeniable. And she whispers coming out to help. Some hear no one's coming out to help, while others hear someone's coming out to help or effing coming out to help. It says the audio takes place at the exact same time Jennifer McCabe called her sister Nicole, according to her call logs. McCabe called 911 at 6:03:47 and called her sister at 6:07:42. But this is obviously a year ago before we had the 911 call to match it up. So I heard him explain this where back then last year he thought that. So he timed the call, the voicemail call, and he was thinking that when she started the call, that she was on it before she really was, because he said, oh, it takes time to transfer and blah blah blah, but that wasn't the case. Now that we have the call, you saw the information. Now that we have it, we can match it up, and I'll show you it, match it up. But anyway, no, and I hope you guys don't take this the wrong way, because Turtle Boy is doing an awesome job. I'm not saying that. This is just one little thing and it's not a big deal. I mean, it's still, all the other stuff is like huge. So I hope this isn't going to come across the wrong way. I'm sure he would want the facts, it's no big deal. This doesn't make them innocent. I still am fighting for Karen because I think she's innocent.
I will be
But
picking
anyway,
up these
so
leads
here
from
is where
today.
this
Thank
came
you.
out. This is from 2023. So this is 2 years ago. This is the part he loops right here. So that's what he thinks. That's it. But he looped it, and I'll show you it's the exact same thing as this, right? Okay. So I'm going to cut that little spot out to get it to the exact thing. See, I have it right where I have it marked. Try to get it exactly the way Turtle Boy sounds when it loops. No, I might have to, let's see. I might have to add or take away a frame. Let's see if this is the right amount of it. And then I just loop a couple of those. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if that's the right amount. Yeah, I have too much. I have too many frames. Watch, but I can get it exactly. Gotta take that out. That's a windshield wiper blade right there. So take one frame out, and I'll copy and loop just this one with that one taken out. That's at the end of it. I just took too many at the end. So my marker is still perfect, as you can see right there where it starts. So when the rest that you'll see. Okay. Just so you could see though, so the accuracy of the reason I'm pointing that out is because then when I match it up, you could see at that moment what's going on, what Jen's saying for real in the 911 call. Okay, here we go. I think I got her. Just to sound perfect. I mean, like his.
I don't
Yeah.
know what she's trying to prove here. This is getting a little convoluted. It's getting real complicated. We're gonna watch Old Boy from last year. Just gotta find it. I'm gonna grab it in my history. Not that history.
In the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone.
This
at
is
that
Brian
time,
Albert.
2:22 a.m.
Objection.
It's your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that.
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing you indicated?
I believe this is
that
the
at or
murderer.
around the 2:22 timeframe, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame, if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
Mayor Coachella?
Yes.
You may approve. 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this, with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before, yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right, and you acknowledge that
No.
at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending.
Kim, I believe your theory is exactly my theory. What you said here, Kim. My theory is John went in the house, got in a fight. The dog jumped him, pushed him down, hit his head. They took him outside thinking he would come to in a few, and boom, he died. I think he was already dead, and they just took him outside to maybe say, he left the house and he was fine when he left, and just leave it at that. And then I think putting on Karen Reed all came as an accident afterwards. I think if Karen Reed would have never went to look for him, I think the story would be different. I really do. I didn't think they were thinking to blame her at all at any point. I think that all came after. And it's super crazy. But watch how Brian Albert tries to play dumb through all this.
0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length. And that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call go to voicemail? And then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it, I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that? We do.
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
than you do.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds. Correct?
That's what the records reflect, yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the.
You didn't pick it up, dude, but how did it go for 22 seconds?
Story entirely. The question is, Frau Helm, were you lying then? Are you lying now? Or are you not, in fact, a chronic and habitual liar?
I missed the call.
Ooh, I love that.
Right.
You missed the
Oh,
call.
I'm gonna keep that.
Did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What did you?
Right.
Oh man, that was dope.
And again,
I'm
you're
gonna
using
have
an
to screen
iPhone.
record that real quick.
Yes.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to screen record that and keep that so I can have it as like a little thing that I use. That was good. Let me just get my screen recorder up and going. Man, that was good, man. Hold on, guys. I just want to get this.
It's reflect, yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the.
You didn't pick it up, dude, but how did it go for 22 seconds?
Story entirely. The question is,
Man, I'm not gonna be able. These guys' is little things in the way. Dang it.
I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the.
You didn't pick it up, dude, but how did it go for 22 seconds?
story entirely. The question is, Frau Helm, were you lying then? Are you lying now? Or are you not, in fact, a chronic and habitual liar?
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What did you?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
Yeah, I got that
If you
screen
butt dialed
recorded.
Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a
don't
call
know
on your iPhone before?
Yeah, I don't know anything. I'm
And
a
when you go to
stupid
your
idiot.
Call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? After your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and I.
How do you know? Then how would you know somebody called you?
You're certainly
what I'm
alerted
saying?
to the fact that it's a missed call,
So full of crap, man.
correct?
If I were to go back and look at my
These are
incoming
two
calls, I'd
cops.
probably say missed call. Yes.
And
I'm playing this from is two cops who don't believe this cop, this 30-year veteran, at all. And these cops are retired cops from Las Vegas Metropolitan PD, and they know this fool's lying because they each have 30 years of experience, and they know he's playing dumb on purpose. You know that he's smarter than that. You know, to be a cop that long, you know, you're not an idiot, and these guys really call him on it. I love this podcast, Las Vegas Cops TV. It's really, really good.
of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
System. Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins
Yeah,
was
it's
calling
Brian
you at
Albert.
2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You'd get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Oh,
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was locked. You
like blatant.
locked your phone,
Yeah.
correct?
Blatant cover up.
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode
Not to him. He doesn't care. He just
At the
gives his
time,
phone
was
away.
your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second.
Face on his ass.
The
Face
phone
on his
locks when
ass.
it's not in use, correct? And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap
Maybe he's got a tattoo of a face on his butt.
contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
That's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so, yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you
Oh,
initiated.
thank you so much,
Right?
Mac. I appreciate it.
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye.
I'm gonna go look at it
You gotta
right
say
now.
goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit
Oh,
one
you must
button
send to my other email.
and make a phone call?
Objection.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone,
Some people think she's not dirty.
you personally tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How
I
did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
22 in the morning.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually
Sure knows how to work it now.
on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So, Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but
bullcrap.
I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you
That it didn't go to
We're all
voicemail.
guessing here, but I mean, he could have.
No, we're not
No, we're
guessing.
not. Well,
We're not guessing at anything, you
if he
friggin' moron.
voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you now saying that your phone was unlocked at 22 a.m.?
I'm saying I could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
Yes. I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes.
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't.
I don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
Touching your butt. 2-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
Just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's.
Hey guys, real quick. So I just get this email. Right? I am so confused. Check this out. I just get this email and it's from Why Do You Think We Don't Like You? It's a channel, right? It says a friendly heads up. There's going to be some info coming out this week that one of our own is a Scientology paid troll. The info is true. This should be a nonpartisan issue, and it has been discussed and confirmed among a variety of sources that otherwise are at odds. We can all agree on this. I had to delete all my channels in social media because the moment I accused this person, they began to attack me online and even reached out to my ex-husband and children. Not cool, right? Absolutely not cool. I said, thanks for the heads up. Hopefully you and your family are okay. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help in any way, to shape or form. I'm still getting together your requested info from the last email, which she requested a transcript of the full long con recording from your last email. Sorry, been so effing busy. She just responded to me saying, mail delivered straight to trash. Thanks for the email. It was delivered straight to trash. You can email all you want. I will never see it. Have a fantastic day and go to hell. What the F? What is wrong with these people, man? What is up with these people? I was being totally nice and was like just responding to her email saying, hey, here's a heads up. And I was like, yeah, if you need any help, doing anything, I'll help you out. It sucks that your family has gotten involved and dragged into it. And now you can tell me, go to straight to hell. Why'd you send me the email in the first place? I mean, that email was sent today. It had to have been today. Oh yeah, 5 hours ago at 6:48 a.m. All I did was respond and say, yeah, if you need any help. And then I get, hey, yeah, your email went straight to trash. Go to hell. Dude, people are nuts, dude. YouTube's nuts. That's from the channel. Why do you think we don't like you? They make like they make really clever like song videos. So I don't know why I got the go straight to hell email. That's fine. I won't be going I'll be going straight to heaven. And I'm sorry that you are crazy. That's all I can say about it. Wow, man. Wow. Yeah, just trying to be nice. And yeah, they sent me an email asking for a transcript, and I was gonna get that together, but I've been busy. Anyways, yeah, I just thought I'd share that with you guys. Not my circus, not my monkeys. That's exactly it. I have to always remember that. I have to always remember that. Yeah, I'm gonna report it as spam. Yeah, Kim, I've always heard that the squirrels are looking for me. They think I'm nuts. Yeah, it literally was a bipolar message. Literally. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, looks like we're back from lunch already. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just a mistake or something. Hopefully they're watching and they see I am not a foe. I am friend. But yeah, I'm gonna report it spam. And so court ends at 4:00 Eastern time. So that really only gives us like another hour of testimony. So this shouldn't be that long. And then I am going to go pick up my lovely daughter from school today. She's not gonna go to martial arts today. I'm gonna pick her up early and probably take her to Walmart and let her buy a little stuffy or something. I don't know. I wonder who we have next. I wish they'd put Karen Reed on the stand. But could you imagine Hank Brennan cross-examining Karen? Oh my gosh. Wasn't it you who hit him with that car? I mean, he doesn't have hair like mine, so it wouldn't be swinging all crazy, but oh my God, I didn't know I sent it to you. I was trying to set up a filter block. Oh yeah, it was a mistake. Okay, thank God, because I was only okay. All right. Well, we all need to like just step back. It was a mess up. She said, "Oh my God, I didn't know I sent it to you. I was only trying to set up a filter to block certain people, and it does it to everyone. It doesn't go to the trash. I'm so sorry. I effed up." Okay. Whew. Okay. Cool. I'm glad you are okay, and we are good. Just because I really love her channel, and my feelings were kind of hurt actually. So I just said, okay, talk to you soon. I just said, okay, cool. I'm glad you're okay and we are good. I just love your channel. Okay, blessings and Sammy. Okay, cool.
Send you back to the jury room. We'll see you in.
Yeah, you could do that.
All
It's
right,
like
please. Close your notebook.
an
Follow me.
automatic response filtered. Absolutely grateful. It's pretty cool actually. Yeah, like an auto reply. Yep, apology accepted for sure. Yeah, I'm glad it was cleared up too, because I am a super fan of her channel. like a big fan. And the channel is Why Do You Think We Don't Like You? If you guys never watched any of her stuff, it's really good. I think this part of True Clear Media. I'm not sure. Did it say, are we on a short break or is this just a sidebar? I was typing. Maybe Brennan's withdrawing the charges. Just kidding. I guess I can organize my table here. I got my vape. I got my extra storage. I got like 5 of those. I got my Tommy watch to remind me they're always out to get me. I got little baby Jesus. He's there for protection. And I got good old Abe. I got good old Abe Lincoln. Those aren't his necklaces. I got Abe, Honest Abe. And that's what's sitting in front of me. And I post-it notes. Yeah, Tommy gun. Okay, what song is this from? AV Stevie will get this. Fully Loaded Tommy Gun. He used to actually cover that song in a band he was in called Magnum Force. Fully Loaded Tommy Gun. Something like that. Fully Loaded Tommy Gun. It says Tommy Gun. I know that. Yep, it's Queen. And you know the song, Steve. You covered it, remember? Stone Cold Crazy, yeah. What's crazy is that, Steve, if you realize, you guys covered it before Metallica. Yep. You guys covered it like 2 years before Metallica did. Yep, you did. I remember when Metallica covered it and the album came out, I was like, shit. My buddy Steve just covered this in his band. Yeah, maybe longer than 2 years for real. Yeah. Yeah, whatever did. Dave Mustaine is he's still doing stuff here and there. I love telling my Dave Mustaine story when he was on the couch passed out and I was bringing drugs to that chick from Philadelphia that was selling drugs in Hollywood. And I went through her living room to get to her bedroom to weigh out her drugs and give them to her. And I was like, dude, do you know Dave Mustaine's like sleeping on your couch, right? And she's like, yeah, they were all here partying last night and he just wouldn't leave. I was like, you slept with him. She swears to God she didn't. Yeah, her name is Joanne. I should. Is that doxing if I say her last name? I mean, she's not around me anymore. I guess it would be doxing, so I won't dox her, especially because I'm talking about her buying drugs from me. She doesn't do drugs no more though. She's like does costume designing in Hollywood now or something like that. That's the last I heard in 2014. But yeah, old Dave Mustaine was passed out on her couch. They had like a show the night before, and they ended up at her house partying. Of course, go to the drug dealer's house. She was a drug dealer, but I was her drug dealer. Oh man, my back. Maybe they're dropping the charges right now. Steve, I wish we had because I remember I had a cassette tape of For Your Love, if that was the name of it. For Your Love. I had a cassette tape of that like into my 40s, it seemed like. I had that cassette tape forever. And it was recorded. I probably recorded it with like a boombox at one of the rehearsal sessions down in Inglewood. When you guys had that rehearsal studio down in Inglewood, I remember recording stuff with my boombox, my little boombox. And dude, I had that tape forever. It was you and me talking on it. And it was that place where, remember the drummer from Alcatraz came and he was like playing air drums to you? And remember we were so excited that he was playing air drums to your drumming? We were like, oh my God, Alcatraz's drummer just played air drums to you. Yeah, from the studio days. That's so cool, man. Steve was not to the drugs at that time. I started dealing drugs in the mid to late 90s. We didn't do drugs before that. We did some coke for a couple of years, but it's when we were like kids, really. I mean, we were late teens, but it was super short-lived. But yeah, it was in LA. You know what's crazy, Steve, is that since then my friend Ben, who's also in bands, him and Graham Bonnet are like friends. Like they have pictures together, and yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I have pictures of Graham Bonnet and my buddy Steve. Oh my God, my dad's calling. Shoot, I have to answer this.
All right, so we're bringing the jurors over. I'll see Counselor Tagbar.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
I apologize for that, folks. Nobody likes wasting your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Paul Gallagher.
Follow me, please. Okay, the card, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good
I do,
afternoon.
Your Honor.
Oh,
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
thank you. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher,
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, do you presently work?
As a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was muted. I was talking to my pops. I just wanted to make sure he was okay because when he calls, it's usually he's in the hospital or something. He was just wishing me a happy birthday. That was nice of him. Law enforcement. Okay, here we go.
years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic domestic violence, buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And
Narcotics.
Last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroad through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Hey guys, we're gonna go stop in and take a break.
It is like
I know
I'm
we
going to
just
be
took
on
lunch break.
Wednesday
Let's
with
go say hi
Dusty
to Susie
Soda
and
Dispenser, and they
Jimena.
may just be like a crazy fan of his shows and his humor. He's hilarious and just a good guy. And so, maybe they show up for that one. And the thing is we have to remember that when you're in a community, it should always be okay to eat.
Yeah.
The next show I do, whatever it is, like I'm going to be on Wednesday with Dusty Soda Dispenser, and they may just be like a crazy fan of his shows and his humor. He's hilarious and
I didn't know
just
who
a
they were
good
talking
guy.
about.
And so, maybe they show up for that one.
Thank
And
you, Shannon.
the thing is we have to remember that when you're in a community, it should always be okay to not be in the community 24/7. You shouldn't have to
Plus,
that community.
it's okay to, it's like with politics, like whether
I
you
love
are in a,
them.
like
I want to do a show
belong
with her
to a
so
party or
bad.
not, like if you're not with me, you're against me. I
Yeah.
don't think that should be the case.
Yeah,
I
I
think
need
we are
to
allowed
go.
to have
I want to
different
really do a
opinions and
show.
different
I
topics,
want to do another one
and
with
just
Sue.
as long as like I said, it's always with respect. So if you voice to me your opinion, but you're not respectful, I'm gonna
Yeah.
just set a boundary and move
Of
on.
course,
I'm
you
not
guys are
gonna
more
be
than
there.
welcome to go.
But we should be allowed to disagree.
Jimena,
At least that's what I'm
I
trying
think
to
when
do
I
with
end
my
this
channel.
stream,
At least
we're
that
gonna
people
just
can
do a
go and
raid and
talk
go
and
over
be
there.
safe. And if there's behaviors like people
I can
attacking
set it
people
up
or
to where
disrespecting people, then I will set a boundary and say, no,
it'll
this is not allowed here.
automatically
But it's
send
not
you guys
about.
over there.
I know, for example, the topics that I cover
We should do that
are
just
like
to
hippy
freak her out.
dippy. People
Just to, like,
sometimes
automatically
don't
get
like them. So, and
40
I'm
people.
used to getting attacked a lot because of
That
that.
would be
So I'm
really
not
cool.
disrespectful. But it's okay. Like if you cannot believe in what I believe,
gonna
but
put
that
the
doesn't
link
make
to
us
the
enemies.
video.
I don't know why. Then if I don't think like you, I'm instantly your enemy. That's a problem. That's toxic, I think, in my opinion. We should be allowed to have a healthy debate about something
Or
and
just move on.
Remember
or
where
just
to
move
do-
on.
Oh yeah,
Debate
here we
it.
go.
Just move on. Like, I love your hippy dippy stuff. I love it. But, I don't know if I 100% believe it, but I don't 100% not. I'm kind of just interested, and I find it so interesting, and I find like it's
Hold
a
on, I'm looking for
possibility, and I just
where I
think that
do
the
that
world
at.
is full of possibilities.
Oh yeah, here we
And
go. Redirect.
I don't just write something off because it's not what I grew up with or whatever. But if I thought that this is, horrible stuff, I would just not watch, I
And
would
that's the thing. Like the other day, I was talking to someone. It's
There
like
we
you have
go.
the power in your hand. You can just scroll up. Like you don't have to continue watching. You can
Now when I
change
end
the
this
channel.
show,
Like you
everyone
don't have to
who's
stay where
here
you
will
don't
go
like it.
right
Like
over to her
why?
show.
What's the need of people just to spread hate? Like just
Mm-hmm.
hating on anyone that they see because they don't agree with them. Like you're allowed to have your opinion.
Cool.
Like
I
whatever.
wonder if just people, like if there watching
A
TV in the
2%er
evening and
is
they're like
the
scrolling through the, deal.
the 2% of people who stay clean and sober after they are addicts and then they get clean and sober. That's what a 2%er is. Okay, let's go back to the trial, and then when I end this, everyone will automatically go over to Susie's channel. Sorry, let's.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in 2006. I was assigned
And
as
then
a
when you get
task
there,
force
make sure you're
officer,
like, it's a
for the
raid. It's
DEA.
after the bars raid.
Initially out
Just
of
say that
Worcester
in the
Tactical
comments.
Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was
Hopefully she'll
to
still be on.
eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone
She's already been on for 30
distribution
minutes.
at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, etc.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's
Yeah,
where
Coco,
they
good job
that's where they
now.
rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later, you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department
good,
when you
Pete.
worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
We don't
Were
have
there any
time for
other
this.
officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of the Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Thank you,
Why did
Grits
you
and Grace. I
respond?
appreciate it.
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was 4-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow, the way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
It was an 8x8.
Now that you're standing outside Fairview Road, what's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
Okay. At that point, did you have any
Thank you, Grits and
reason
Grays.
to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned
Amazing.
that
Thank you
Mr.
so
O'Keefe
much.
was
I
found
love
outside,
you
did you go
too.
look at the particular area?
Yes.
And I hope this year blows my mind too. I really do. That's well said. Thank you so much.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light?
No, he was
to the
not
area?
alive.
No.
How about the
was not-
house?
they
Was
just
there any bright lights coming
tried
out of the
to,
house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any window lights on. There may have been an exterior, the door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No,
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
Doesn't matter.
When
It
you
wasn't on those houses'
were
lawn.
outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to
It is
do
weird.
anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use of putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had, at any point before you got there, gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
Oh, did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
if you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there.
Hey guys, my back is really starting to hurt. I don't think I'm going to be able to do much more today. I don't mean to pull a Tommy, but it really, I'm starting to get really uncomfortable. I'm going to have to like stand up and move around. So yeah, I'm just going to end the testimony. I mean, of course you can catch it at Law and Crime and or Court TV if you want to finish this. It's not going to be too much today. I think we got all the excitement out for today. They are going to shut it down probably here in 30 minutes. So I just want to say that I love you guys. I'm getting a ton of messages right now. I just got like 7 messages. What the heck is going on? Oh, someone's showing me a buddy of mine just bought a camper too. I spent $100 and she doesn't have a membership. Well, John, I'll send you that $100 back. You know, I didn't ask you to do that. I told you to stop doing it. I get it. You know, if that's why you were doing it, that's the wrong reason. Those are to support my channel, and I get it. You support the channel, but I don't know what to tell you. When I get that back, but I don't get all of that. I only get 70% of that, if that. So I will figure out how much it is, and I will send it to your PayPal. But you know, thanks for trying to get her a membership. I appreciate it. But it's just not the way it works. Or she might have something blocked. I don't know. I don't know if there's settings on the other people's end. But yeah. Okay, all right. I appreciate it. You say it's for camping. Okay, cool. Then I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But I have to get up. Okay, I love you too, Johnny. I do too. I just thought you were like upset that she wasn't getting it. Okay, well, guys, yeah, I got to end. All right, I love you, John. I was just making sure that you were okay with what you'd sent. If you weren't, I was perfectly okay to send it back to you, brother. You know, if it's needed. I know you got a family too, and you got Kaylee, and you know, times aren't easy right now. But okay, you guys are going to get redirected to Susie's channel. When you get over there, just say after the bars raid, okay? And then and I'll let her know that I sent you guys all there automatically. All right, guys, take care of yourself, and I love you guys so much. And thank you so much for the birthday wishes and gifts. I'll be doing another show tomorrow and on my birthday, and we'll just see how it goes. Not about the gifts, just how it goes tomorrow. All right. I'll just see how much I get tomorrow. No, all right. I love you guys.
Stay loud. Don't be woke. Stay wild. Stay